Saints! The stream just started, yo. Thank you so much for the fucking resub 20 months. God damn! Yo, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Your mom. Yeah, yeah. Fuck you. Thank you. Love you. Mwah. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Uh, There's something in the water. Oh. That's why. Something in the water. There's something in the water. Please don't sink. There's something in the water. Please don't swim. Yeah. You feel like there's something on just you feel. Takes what must have. Oh my god. They're moving across your field. Just one less time. The UI keeps bugging. Keeps bugging. Ah, my fucking god. Alright, we're good, we're good. Turning around my head around you. Turning around my head around you. Feel it. They're moving across your feet. Last time you feel it. Your feet is one love. Where is she? Hold up, hold up. Oh, it's 70. Okay, okay. LOL. LOL. Bing, bada bing, bada bam, and then bada boom, and then bada bop, and then bang. That should be enough. Yes. All right. What is the song? Oh wait, this is Caligula's horse? Oh my Jesus Christ. Okay, okay, you can use Milkman Rafe on those, yeah. Those goes crazy. How you doing? What's up, Saints? What you up to? What you up to? Once again, thank you for the 20 months resubs earlier. Almost 2 years, by the way. God damn. You've been following me? You've been watching me for 2 years? I swear to God, sometimes time doesn't make sense. It's crazy. How the fuck have you been watching me for 2 years? Maybe? Thank you, man. Thank you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like, what? What? But yeah, what you been up to, man? What you been up to? Oh, my phone is dying. Like a Okay, sorry about that. I was ordering another stuff for tomorrow. Some coffee beans. Some coffee beans. Running out of those. Wait. Okay, maybe we should improve this one. I do feel like we could improve this one still. It's like a song. Oh, sorry. I guess I gotta showcase something else. It's like a song. Oh, is this the fuck the city? Fuck this city. Oh, it is. Fuck this city. Fuck this city. Fuck this city. City. Ding, 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 ding. Jesus, that's a strong start. Ooh. Oh my god. Jesus. What is going on? This is probably the most progressive thing I've heard for a while. What the fuck is going on? This is so chaotic. I like it. Kadinja. Never heard of these guys. Hmm. Oh my god, it's so chaotic. Hmm. I saw the art of your old VRC main avatar and I want to see it finished. Eh? Which one? Which one are you talking about? The old VRC main avatar. Uh, Hold up. Have I ever drawn my old avatar? The daddy's go. Oh. I feel like that one is kind of like eh. I do have to say I did nail the post though for that one. It does looks pretty nice. Where is it again? I forgot where I put it. Hey, hey, hey. I can't even find the file. Hold up. Nani? Where did I put it? Okayu, Kitty, Stolfo. Oh, found it. This one. Okay, okay. Okay, it is very okay, it is pretty fucking nice. You're not wrong. I did nailed it. I did kind of nailed it. You're not wrong. Mm. So this is Jig's taste. I see. Note down. Okay, okay. Not gonna lie, I like the earrings. The not earrings. What do you call those? The ear piercing thingy a lot on the cat ear. That is a pretty interesting piercing because obviously it's not possible IRL. And I like that piercing a lot. I feel like that's one of the main attraction for that avatar specifically, at least for me. I think it's possible I could try. Fuck no, don't do. Okay, fuck you. Well, technically, you can get your cat's piercing by putting a microchip. They'll crop their ear a little bit. That counts as a piercing, I guess. But I think if we can like make some kind of a piercing like this on a cat ear, is gonna fuck their hearing for sure. She got some already then? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, as it right now, I only have. Ooh, Leo. I can do some piercings on Leo. Ooh. I could. I'm not wrong though. This is pretty nice. That's true. It's also based on a selfie. Hold up, let me show it. Not a lot of peeps in the chat. Exclusive VR chat content. Where is it? Dog. Come back here, you weeb. Yeah, that's alright. You're the real weeb. There it is. All of the original have way too many piercings. It's not my liking. Oh, the ear one. Yeah, I fuck with that. I fuck with that. Pretty dope, pretty dope. I'm not a weeb, I'm a fur. Wait, no. Ah! Disgusting. What do you mean? Oh shit. I'll chat. Let me get my order real quick. Right back. Sounds a little bit chaotic. Your mom is too much. LOL. Your mom too. Oh my god. This is very progressive. Holy shit. Ooh! That's so fast. If I make that noise, it's the gen, but it's a very fast one. It's not a one-way; it's a two-way degen. I cannot do it that fast, I don't think. The more you do it, the easier you can get it to. Hey! Actually, let me see if I can do it. Yeah, you can kind of do it. Hold up. Listen. But on the thingy thing, it probably doesn't sound that good. You know what I mean? You know what? Let's give it a try immediately. How about that? Ah, guess I have to pick up my guitar and plug it in. Oh well. Ow. Can stop me. Getting rid of some ice cubies. Ooh, that's a strong flavor. Holy fuck. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh. Is this once? Is this twice? Is this 3 times? It's really hard to make it sound good though. It kinda gets there, but it's not really like that good. Yeah. Okay. No guitar, no guitar. Lately I can barely run OBS and Ableton at the same time. My CPU keeps clipping. I wonder why. Oh, look at this. Current 6. What is going on here? Woo 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 woo. How is my OBS? How is my Ableton is using 44%? Huh? I don't know. This doesn't make sense. Going on good news. Oh, by the way, Jix, my I forgot to tell you earlier. My newest picks just come in like 2 days ago actually, but I forgot to show you the comparison. The one that you use probably like this. Hold up, the camera is so shit. Alright. The one that you use probably looks like this. So this is like the basic, the standard pick size and everything. It's a little bit long. And the triangle is not really a triangle, it's like a, you know, it's a tall triangle. And the one that I have is this. It's a Tortex Flex. And if you compare it to like from tip to tip, can it look something like this? Let's say significantly smaller from the standard, and it's a lot sharper. Focus! Yeah, but you get the idea. Well, you want a smaller one? For metal, since you're not gonna strum a lot, right? You're gonna do a lot of like this, like tiny movement, like 1 string, 2 string stuff. You want as small friction as possible to the strings. So the smaller it is, like when I do this, like you want, first of all, the placement of pick in your hand. There's no rules for this, once again, but generally it's like this. So you put the pick like this, and you just rest your thumb in the center, but a little bit to the left side, the picking part. You want as small window as possible in here. This one is taste. Like this is mine. A lot of people will have like a bigger window like this. Usually people who strums a lot, the whole strings would have bigger windows. Metal, like one note stuff, would do something like this. I kind of have like this much. So the smaller the pick, the more accuracy you have, basically. While the bigger the strings, the bigger the strumming power you will have. So like for this, I will use this for like rock songs like Muse, Radiohead. I would use this kind of pick because I would do a lot of white strumming like this. And this is the size. Look at this. This is big compared to this. Like this is the comparison. This may not look much from visually, but in the guitar, this is big. This is big difference. This is for metal picking, the gen. This is for rock strumming. This will create a lot more precision sound, a very bigger degen, like big chugs. Well, this will make your guitar screams like brah. Like the bigger it is, the easier you will get to strum the whole thing, basically. So this is the two that I have. This is the same thing as this. A little bit different. This from my friend's band. They have their own pick. The Noisy People. It's pretty cool. And then in this one, I have two different size. This is 1.4, and this is 1.0. This is 1.14. Almost basically no difference in terms of like thickness, but you can see me try to bend it. It barely bends. Meanwhile, this is a 0.73. It bends so much easier. So yeah, the more metal you go, the smaller and the harder, the smaller and the thicker you want your pick, and then the more strumming you go with your music, the bigger and thinner pick that you want to go. This is just the general rule. There's no rules for this. Anyone can use whatever they're comfortable with, but generally speaking, that is like the spectrum so that people who don't know where to go have a general guideline to it. Basically. Oh, and when you buy a lot. Like I have a lot. Because this is so cheap. Like one is like what, $10 or less. Buy as much as you can. Because this thing wears out pretty fast. I guess it depends, but Tortex wears out the least fast. But yeah, you don't want to wear out pick, especially for metal. You want good. Yeah, English. They bend, yeah. Like I feel like up until 1.0, which is this, the 1.0, it still bends like pretty easily with one hand. And then if you go to like 1.14, it's like 0.14 thicker. It started to get harder to bend. And for reference, Pliny used a 0.83. Matt Bellamy from Muse, this is his pick. I actually bought this because Matt used this back then. 0.73. And then John Petrucci from Dream Theater use 1.5, which is basically almost impossible to bend. It's literally a static pick. So you get the idea. You get the general idea from that. I would not suggest you to get anything above 1.14. I feel like 1.14 is like the thickest you should start with. I was like, you don't mind, trying it out. But it's really hard to play with like a static thick pick like that. It's always a lot more comfortable to play with thinner, but for metal, I feel like the range is 0.8 until 1.14. Well, 0.8 above. Anything softer than that, you're gonna have kind of weaker chug, I guess. Basically. And you don't want a weak chug on a metal song, right? You want a jog, 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 you know? The mean chug. Basically, in a nutshell, softer, thinner. The thinner the pick is, the easier you use it, but the softer the strumming gonna feel or gonna sound. The thicker it is, the harder it will, resonate. But it will be less comfortable than the softer one. That's why I settle with right in the middle, 1 for metal, and then for rock, I still use my 0.73. For like I said, Muse, Nirvana, Radiohead, Foo Fighters, I still use my 7.73. And like Pliny, Caligula's Horse, all those metal chugging, I use. Oh shit, my webcam. I use this one. But this is the only 2 pick that I use basically. I just buy a shit tons of them. But I tried a lot of picks, so if you want, I would suggest you buy literally a dozen of picks and maybe 2 dozen, so like 24. Okay, maybe not. Maybe like a dozen of all size. And then you try from like the softest to the hardest. Do not take that out of context and clip it, please. Thank you. What's up, Lucas? How you doing? But yeah, that's the general rule. I think Dunlop sell a pack, a dozen of basically pick of every size, and it can be, you can use that as a like, which one is the right one for you. I will take the hardest and the biggest one, please. Oh my god. Okay, don't take it out of context, please. Chat, we're talking about guitar picks. We are talking about a guitar plectrum. I swear we're talking about guitar plectrum. Yeah. I tried 1.5 before, the one that John Petrucci used. It's too thick. It's too... I'm not too comfortable using it. It's a little bit too hard, I like it medium size, enough thickness, enough girthy enough, so I can still move it around, and it's comfortable in the hand, yeah. What am I doing? I'm great. How about you? I'm chilling. I'm chilling, Lucas. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for asking. Why do you have so many clips for what the fuck? Why is there so many? Oh my god. God damn it. Cock prep. Oh my god. You gotta be at least a little bit subtle about it. Oh my. I've become what I want. I've become what I wanted. Throw it on. Throw it on. Aish. You know we're gonna clip all of these. Hey ho, I want Rocket League if we say so. Okay, you really want a Rocket League, huh? I gotta reinstall Epic Game for it, man. Well, I mean, I do have Rocket League. Where did they make it Rocket Epic exclusive? God damn it. Not gonna lie, I kind of miss Rocket League a little bit. I'm down to give it a go again, just a little bit. How big is the game again? Ooh, Tool vibe. Okay, maybe not. 22. First of all, that reminded me that I don't have any space right now. Let me clean up real quick. Delete family pictures. Okay. Calm down. Okay, we can delete this one. I can easily delete like 100 gigabyte by just deleting 4 VODs. Per like past VODs that my OBS recorded. I tend to keep them because I like the quality of them. Pure. Delete art software to play it. Okay. Delete ER. I deleted ER. I actually don't have Elden Ring installed. I know, surprising, right? Crazy, crazy, I know. But I'm gonna reinstall it once we have the DLC. Again. I don't want to get addicted to it. Juno? Magma Lucas. Patrick? SpongeBob. Do you know Pop Smoke? No? Who is that? I know you can pop a smoke in CSGO, you know what I mean? Pop the smoke. Mm. Okay. And with that, I just deleted around 100 gigabyte. Let me download Rocket League. Why do I still get like Minecraft server invitation Discord DM? Roqueto League. I put it on. You didn't know how I'm missing. Okay. I saw the craziest thing yesterday. It's a rapper. Ooh. I'm not big time in the rapper game, so I don't know a lot about rap. I only know like the mainstream ones, to be fair. So what about him? I'm here, friends. What's up, Gara? How you doing? Oh my god. Oh, the extra shot, I can feel it in the back of my neck sometimes. Oh. I don't know if I did the right thing to order an extra shot there. But it felt so nice. God, I'm addicted. Dude, I fucking love my ancestors for inventing schnitzel. What is schnitzel again? Oh, schnitzel. I had that before. It's really nice. Although it's not like, obviously it's not like origin, but yeah, that's some good shit. I thought you Leap might find this interesting. What's this? Hip hop. Oh, there's a Valorant ad. $119.
Rock designer like I'm in the fashion business.
Onka Giga.
Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the Myers in the lean. That's why I'm
no way.
Baby, welcome to the party. Up and then I go skating a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Pick some of that. Give me lit.
Okay, that's kind of dope.
Now rock designer like business. Was just getting money, thinking fast and business. Who stayed up by playing smart and ducking bad.
This one's nice as well.
I wore hand-me-downs to class, bitches laughed at niggas. Now rock designer like I'm in the fashion business.
Hip hop producers are fucking nuts, so some of them are very fucking amazing. It's crazy. Creativity. Know what I mean? Bread and meat, basically, but the Austrian way, which obviously is the best way. I never had like the OG. I had like whatchamacallit. It's scuffed. It's not an actual schnitzel. It's kind of a scuffed one. And I don't think schnitzel is like a thing here anyway, so like, yeah. It's a lot harder to get into. Need to visit Vienna sometime at some point. Not only because of the food. Yeah, I heard Vienna is like, you know, not just the food. I think Vienna is like a very one of the popular tourist site in the world. To be completely fair. Someday, man, someday. Someday, like, I mean, you guys already know. Someday I would love to like go around Europe. Someday. I thought you were drawing me for a second. Ooh. What, left one or right one? The left one is a Katie. To be fair, I did adopt the ear from one of the avatar I used. So it's like a very VR chat thingy. Ooh! Oh my god! Oh, delicious. All look the same. Okay, dude. It's this one. The problem is that I never had her like a proper full body of her, except well, for the Easter, which is this. So it's been a while. So I wanna draw her like a proper Katie drawing. I would say the most original look for Katie is the one with Rain that I do. This one. So this is the one that I'm drawing right now. This girl. So yeah. Uh, I love Easter. It's Kikyo original. Who's Kikyo? Easter is the best holiday either way, but this year's was the best thanks to this drawing. Okay, all right, okay, guys. The next part is you don't only have the like basic tourist attraction, but so much to do, see and visit and taste. And man, I love this woman. Huh? Oh, wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? But yeah, I'm basically trying to have like, since Rain already have her own self-portrait, which is this. Right. Now I want to pair this too. There's like too high quality. You know, I got a gift for both of them as a couple. It's gonna be similar quality. It's gonna be put side to side. And then after this, I'm gonna draw the other two for Rhea and Leo. And I can use it as a commission example. Let's go! Finally. I need to update my commission page. It's been overdue for too long. For too long. Vienna, best woman in the world. No, I found a woman I love as much as Vienna. We're talking about the girls in Vienna, or are we talking about a character named Vienna? Because there's a VTuber named Vienna. I mean, your Rin drawing will definitely get you some commission. True. It's a little bit my older style though. Yeah, it's a little bit of older style. Although I actually really like the color, the coloring, the pose and everything hits very nice. It's just so nice. I captured the Rin's essential. It's my recolor, but original color same as your right. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Honestly, this hairstyle is based on the do you remember the avatar that I used to use a lot the first time I got my VR? Like I got attached to that avatar so much, I turned her into a, like, at least I got the hair as an inspiration to create Katie, which is, where is it? Oh my god, it was last year, huh? No, the city of Vienna, my hometown. Ah, right. It's a masterpiece to me because also because of Rin. True, not wrong. Okay, I don't really have like a good screenshot that kind of have the whole body, but that one, I got that ear. I literally just took that and then adopted it to Katie. Essentially, it's like an inspiration that I took from it. Can I have a date with her? Okay, calm down. If you're talking about Katie, I'm sorry she's taken. I'm very sorry. Better luck next time, alright? She got the vampire girlfriend, remember? Man, I'm fuming! I've been trying to find an anime mashup for 3 days now. Anime mashup? What do you mean? I'm vampire girlfriend. Okay, you're not the only vampire. Okay, cannot say that. Sure. But you're not the only vampire, alright? I think Rain would be overly happy. Oh, no. She kinda got used to it, though. Huh? I gay. Nice. Welcome. What's up, Toaster? How you doing? And yes, please do keep it in English so that everyone can understand in the chat. Thank you. Chat moving so fast nobody will know. Oh yes. 1st July. Oh god. Hmm. Uh, it's like a song that's around 2 minutes, and the thumbnail is like 4 anime girls and one black dude in the middle, and the song is rapping about having an anime girls, and I don't know how long I can take listening to Nightcore songs trying to. I think I know what you're talking about. Is the 4 anime girls is chibi, not like not like this drawing like a actual anime. It's like a chibi art style. If that's the case, I think I know which song that you're talking about. Although I don't remember the title. Let me see. Yeah. Let me do my magic real quick. Hey, Fita! Okay, that scares me. Nescafe Classic 288. Thank you for a follow. Hey, I like your name. I'm drinking coffee right now. Cheers. It's a one
got
girl,
the ringing. It sounds
4
kind of
black
like
dudes. Okay. And Toaster11. Thank you for a follow as well. Appreciate it. Much love. Welcome, welcome. I don't think it's this one. I cannot find it. I forget the name of this song. Is it this? Shit, it's copyright. Fuck! No! The VOD gonna get muted. God damn it!
T T T T T T T T T T T T T trap skr T T T T T T T T.
Shit. Is it this Magma? The music? No shit. Well, Unlucky. I'm pretty sure I know which song you're talking about, but I just don't know what is it called. Like, what's the song called? I have the visual. Oh, wait, no, it's not Nippon Tredamus, right? I don't think you listen to this kind of song anyway. Yeah, it's not even rap. Mm-mm. Woo! It fits so well. Rest in peace, DMX. What a legend. That's not it? Ah. What else? No, 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 no. Hey, hey. No, not this one. Black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow. Ooh. Shit. Oh my god. I coughed. No, I spilled my coffee on my shorts. Ah. Oh no. My pants is wet. What should I do? Oh no. Alright, this is a shitty mashup. What the fuck? Okay. Hello everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to Five Nights at Freddy. E. All right, hold on. I gotta change my shorts real quick. God damn it! Oh look, I'm changing. Another shitty mashup. Booty, booty, booty. Snoop Dogg. This is Idol Master and Snoop Dogg. Classic. Oh my god. This is hilarious. Get on the floor. Get it on the floor. Get it on the floor. But this is what you listen to on the regular. No. Prince Bel-Air. Oh my god, the fuck is this? There we go. What a legend. Huh? I remember. Okay. Okay, it's not even anime anymore. It's like a smooth jazz. Woo! Oh! Surprisingly good combo. Goodbye, everybody. My name was Markiplier, and I was gaming on Five Nights and Freddy. Thank you, Stoshek. Thank you. This is this is crazy and Katamari Damacy. Oh my god. The piano is from Katamari Damacy. Damaki? Damasi? Oh, Damachi. The pronunciation. The Katamari is correct. Is a game on Steam. Oh no, I closed it. Sorry. Control Shift T. Control Shift T. It's not my great. This is so cursed though. If you know the original song. just so because I cannot listen to it anymore. Lucky Star and Lil Jon. Yeah. Moist versus Pioneers is too good at the moment. What is that? Esport? Moist Esport? Charlie? Oh my god. What? Oh boy. Oh, Rocket League. Oh, you also watch Rocket League stuff. I didn't know. I didn't keep up with it anymore. I used to watch a lot on the first season. Wait, is Kronovi still playing pro? Kronovi! I'm pretty sure he's still playing, 100%. Dude is so good back then. You're a big Kronovi fan? I guess. He's like one of the biggest one. And I really like his playstyle. I learned a lot from him as well, watching him. Yeah. He doesn't? No. That sucks. What does he do now? Does he just stop playing? Retired? That's unfortunate. Yeah. Most pro that is a veteran nowadays probably just become a content creators. What? What? Okay, dude. Sure. I remember the beginning, like 17, 18 was considering young during Rocket League Worlds, and it feels like average. I mean, yeah. I think that counts as like any other professional. Since nowadays, I would say ever since like 2015 or above, like anything after 2015, uh esport athlete is becoming a little bit more aware. Not even a little bit. Like some of them are like superstars. You know what I mean? So it became like an acknowledged sport. No longer a joke among boomers like back in the day. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's you under 16 kids shouldn't be allowed into highest esport leagues. Most of them doesn't. Not because they're not allowed, it's because they cannot have the ability to have their own visa and shit, kind of thing. Sometimes. Man, I did it. I tried my my best base, my best in pain. What do you mean? Did you draw? Oh shit, bro. Show it, show it. Whoa! Bada bow. Okay. Yeah, I remember Dr. Dre is like my favorite Pokemon master. I tried to draw the thumbnail of the song. Oh, okay, let me see. Oh. Okay, you actually tried. Holy shit. Uh. um. I mean, 90% of them basically looks like this. Is you're actually on point. Like, if you didn't tell me that you drew this, I would say this is probably one of the thumbnails. Holy shit, Magma. Good shit, though. Good shit. I mean, I never seen it though. Unfortunately, I'll let you know when I found it. It's actually good. Ooh, downloads halfway. You know, before we hop on to Cuphead, let's play a couple of Rocket League later. I kinda want to revisit it a little bit. Just a little bit. Today's weekend. We have a long night, so. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Na, 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 na. You can't Pokemon, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. That's true. I know it's my fault too. You give me and I'll give you Pokemon. Ooh. Bow, bow, bow. A Pokemon. Huh? Oh my god, another poke. No, I cannot do it. Nichijo! Actually good song. Okay, now I need to listen to the Pull up. I need to listen. You know what I'm talking about, chat. Nichijo smoke weed. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Hello, hello. You guys gotta see the fucking video clip for this part. One sec. This. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. It's so good. Smoke weed every day. Oh my god, the editing's so good. Wee. Oh, this is my childhood right there. That was old school, by the way. It's like fucking 2014. Well, it's not like old school. It was pretty old. It was an old YouTube. Ah, I remember. Good time. Move, bitch. Get out the way. I cannot do. Oh my god. I wanna go back. Bring me back. Child support. Wanna go back to progressive metal. Uh, yeah. Is this your main playlist? No. There was the meme. Remember when 420, 420 dang smoke weed was a meme? It's like MLG 420, 2010, 2012 memes. These were the stuff. Like anime characters smoking weed and their eyes are like red and shit from getting high. That was the meme in 2012, 2010. Oh, girl. Okay, I gotta go back to prog metal. I'm sorry. It's enough of that. Smoke weed, smoke weed. There we go. Should I give the tongue? It's kind of fun. Nah. Too flirty. Hmm. Floating, floating. Oh my god, Jesus. What? Saints with the 20 bits? Out of fucking nowhere. Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate it. What's up? It's complete silent, just 20 bits? Huh? You didn't even put any TTS, man. As the last of June money goes, I see. Thank you. Appreciate it. 1st June. It's an emote, by the way. I see you spend a lot on Twitch this month, huh? How much did you send? Be honest with me. Okay, this does not make sense. Yeah, 1st June. I don't feel good. Mr. Crap. Wait, what? Spent a lot on games? Like what? What you bought? Oh, this has to be Caligula's, right? Oh yeah, it is. Skyrim Anniversary, Godfall, Tomb Raider DLC, Warframe stuff, Industria, AC Chronicles, Star Wars, Force Unleash. I don't know what else. Why'd you buy Godfall? Huh? Excuse me? Okay, what's this song? Jesus Christ. Why did you spend money on Godfall? No, I cannot act. I cannot pretend that didn't happen. Excuse me? I wanted since day one, so I threw out all the reason and said fuck it, I see. Interesting. I don't think this was good, Tiger. This is like their old stuff. Well, I wouldn't say old. This is like 2015, which is like their earlier stuff. They lean away a little bit from the metal, like full metal, to like prog metal. This like little metal, what? I don't know. The album's definitely a little bit different from the recent one. By the way, Rod's new album? Rod's new album? Rod who? Orodamus. You link me Spotify, man. I don't play the thingy thing on YouTube. I'll play that later, okay? We can check it out. Siberian Nexus. Ooh. Oh, the album art's so cool. That's how you're doing it if you're listening to Reliquary Records, so you better. I listen to a lot of his like chill stuff during work stuff. Yeah, it's more of like a chill stuff. Like during work. It's also in like my sleep playlist as well, actually. Mhm. Like if you go to my Spotify profile, you go to the Red Trap and Chill playlist, which is like filled with like completely chill zone music. Rod's music is there. The Reliquary. Oh, this song goes hard. Oh, you found it? What is it? Link it, link it. Let's hear it, let's hear it. Oh, it's a Sakura tree. Yeah. That's ludicrous. Okay, hold up. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, it's funky as fuck. Ass up. Ooh. This does not sound like a mashup. This feels it's so good. It's like it feels like it's a song, like a proper. It's a very good mashup. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, it just went away. Good shit. Oh, too bad this is not on SoundCloud, isn't it? This is actually funky as shit. Bap, 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 bap. There's some music app called Naps, I think. That's where I found it. Huh? The fuck is Naps? Naps, scan documents. Okay, that's not that. Naps music. Okay, cannot find it. What do you guys are talking about? The hell is Naps? Are you talking about Napster? The the old school fucking streaming app. Is that still a oh my god, it's still a thing? Oh, never mind. Wait, if we're not available where you live yet, we will be soon. Wait, they are trying to get back to it? No way. They are still a thing for $10 a month? What? Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm actually quite surprised. Interesting. It looks like it's more focused on the performance. Damn, they have 110 million? Hmm. Official music videos from all your favorite artists. No ads, all the access. Front row from anywhere. Interesting. I'm gonna be honest with you, I never heard about Napster still being a thing until you said so. Ew, what the fuck is this? Interesting. But it looks like it's exclusive. It doesn't have like a free. Let me try. Dude, 10 I cannot. There's no free. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. Rod said naps give him the most money. He probably meant that. Apparently, they pay artists really well. Yeah, Spotify is not the best option when it comes to like getting paid as an artist, but it is like YouTube. It's the biggest one, and you just can help putting your music there, basically. Also, this fucking rocks. Hello? Ooh. I didn't know he does rock. God damn. Looks like I'm not the only one that's been coming back to metal, huh? Whoa. Okay. Of course, we still get some electronic here and there. El Clasico Rodamus, El Clasico. Whoa! Okay. Ooh. Oh my god, this is like some Metallica shit. It's like heavy metal. God damn. Shit, this makes me want to pick up my guitar again. Ooh! Oh my god, okay. Ooh. Ooh! Okay? What the fuck? Oh, ha, 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 ha. I dig this. I can hear the influence. Oh shit. This is nice. Dun, 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 dun. Does he mix his own music? This is pretty cool. You know what's weird? It's like this kind of song is so familiar. It's like the 2000 rock stuff that I can imagine how the vocal would go. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you know, Sausin or oh my god. The influence. Oh! We're going back to heavy metal. Is it, oh, oof. Oh, I should sing. Some of the songs you can definitely hear the vocalists like fit in with the song. It's nice. Oh! This actually makes me want to pick up my guitar. Mm. Like you know, like that part. Ooh. Like oh my god. The Metallica is strong with this one. Da, 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 da. The transition, yeah. Ding, 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 dish. Oh, I like that. I do like that so much. God damn. Oh! Oh my god. This is like big Enter Sandman vibe here. Oh, gains. Give me gains all day. Let's fucking go. Ooh. God damn. Just switch timing? There's some dirty gains. I didn't know he does rock metal. Hell March. Pop, 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 pop. God damn, bruh. God damn. God damn, bruh. Whoa. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, we're upping up the speed. Oh my god. Oh shit! You are with the raid. A dong slide. A dong slide. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, we're listening to some metals from a fellow friend. He just released a metal album. Dong slide. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How you guys doing? How's your stream? Welcome, welcome. Nyansburn, Hokanin. Welcome back, by the way. Mary. How's your stream? How was this cycle? I watched a little bit earlier at the start. You enjoyed it? Bam, 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 bam. God damn. Good, good, chillin'. Good, but like EFT, you win some, you lose. You win some, you lose some. True. So bad at these games. Too scared. I see. No worries. Take it easy. But overall, what do you think compared to Tarkov? You know? Oh, it's like on drop A tuning. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. They were wrapped so bad. It's easy Tarkov, no need wata. And no overcome. Almost said over cucumber again. Overcumbered. Overcumbered? Come. That's good, that's good. Oh, this makes me want to pick up my guitar right now. Ah! Oh my god, it's so good. Over encumbered. Okay. Hey, wrong layers. Solo. Okay. Yeah, can I pick up my guitar? Let's play some. I cannot hold it. This is good enough anyway. Where are we at right now? It's a significant upgrade from last time I draw Katie. I feel like. What do you guys think? One sec. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam. I think I NTR need to run. Oh, save. Oh, fuck you. I get it. uh, it's so hard to have a OC that already have a girlfriend, huh? I mean, you guys can still simp on her, but I'm just letting you know. She got a girlfriend. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry. Ladies taken. Here, let me put her girlfriend right beside her. Now I just need a color. Now we're good.
They both gonna be on date with me.
Okay, alright, alright, calm down. There we go. Bum, bam, bum, bam, bum, bum, bam, bum, bam. Cat. It's Katie with K. Katie. Katie. Oh my god. Oh, let me at least color her eyes. Just so that I can at least put a color here. No. Okay, I did it the other way around. Shit. Whoa! Epic solo. There we go. Bam, 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 bam. Let me save. Bada bing, bada boom. Because I look like her girlfriend, so she won't mind me. Okay, alright, calm down. When Red released rock single, okay, I don't know about producing rock singles. I have zero rock experience, like in terms of like making a new one. I cover a lot, but I rarely make a new rock songs. It's not really my things. My things. Mm. Dum, 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 dum. Well, I'm setting things up. Bow, bow, ba-dow, bow, ba-dow. I can't believe so many people still haven't finished Elden Ring. I see half my follow list struggling since launch. Man. Maybe they never played Dark Souls? Right, right. What is that clipping sound? I don't get it. Where do I keep getting the clipping sound? Oh, I closed my browser and it's gone. I guess my CPU is shit. Wait! I didn't hear the alert. Anonymous! With a gifted sub to you, Mitsue. Thank you so much.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows,
Imagine jamming
you
and not
dumb
hearing us
whore.
feels bad, man.
I don't know why I played Happy Birthday, but thank you for the gifted sub, Anonymous, for Yua, and thank you once and for the 43 months! Ah! What the? 43! 43! 43! Face reveal right now! Okay, I'm kidding. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Once in. Thank you so much. Oh my god. That's a lot of fucking months. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. And thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted subs. Thank you, much love. But yeah. What if I still get clipping? I don't get it. Alright, chat. Give me... You gotta be careful with your phone. What's wrong with my phone? Nothing. Give me any songs that I can try to learn. The audio. Phone glass, you can see me. Get it? John Cena? Can't see me. Quite bitter beans. The fuck is that? I told you to play Akatsuki. I can. The moment I listen to it, I cannot. Lucas. That. Akatsuki is out of my league, unfortunately. I'm not that good. Maybe someday, but I don't think I can do it in my current skill. Anything else? Anything else? Other than that? I'm so follow. What is quite bitter beans? Let's hear it first. CKY? Oh my god! Whoa. Oh, it's a tune down though. guitar is a little bit too loud, isn't it? There we go. So... It's a little bit hard. Bruh. Okay, I can get used to it, but I don't think I can play it on the same speed. Let's say, give me like let's play on like a 80. Okay. Okay. Shit. But this slide is very tricky. Getting there. Alright, hold up. The problem is the song is low tune. So I can play like... Okay. Fuck. So fast. Oh. Oh. What is going on? What? Huh? Shit. It's so fast. Oh my god. Like, it's doable. Like, if I play it a little bit slower. Fuck. It's so tricky. It's so tricky, but it's easy. It's like a lot of like going up and down and up and down, but like sometimes you jump over and sometimes you just skip ahead. It's fun though. See, I kind of get it, but yeah. close. Are they gonna do it again? Okay. So they're not doing the chorus again. Woo-hoo-hoo! Let's go. I just gotta perfect it. I already got it. Because the hard part about it is the speed.
Fuck you.
Okay, it's not doing it again. What's up, Nano? Fuck you too. Yeah, basically, I got it, but I cannot keep up with the real song speed. Whoa. Ooh, that's an exercise. That's an exercise right here. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. That song is hard in terms of like left hand. Alright, tomorrow I will be able to play this smoothly, easy. That was pretty good though. I forgot that song exists. Oh my god. I completely forgot this song exists. CKY. God damn. I didn't warm up. The muscle got stiffened. I didn't warm up. That was bad. That was like a workout. Honestly. That was like a workout. I should have warmed up. Alright. The other song, next song, Lucas with Northwest Passage by Unleash the Archers. Okay, this already sounds like some symphonic metal. I'm already scared. Let's go. Oh god. Okay. Oh, it's a folk metal? Die. Hold up. Oh. Alright, I got a tune. Do you want to kill me? uh. Oh my god. Hold up. I want to figure it out though. I think. I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. Serious idea? No, no, I was serious about this one. Hold up. I think I nailed it. Okay, that was fun. That was pretty fun. Woo! That galloping was challenging. That is a right hand fatigue right there. I'm almost dead. Help! Oh, alright. To the passage. Ah. Oh, I need to turn off my AC. I'm getting sweaty. That was a lot of workout. Dude, it's like arm days every day at this point. Okay. What about this one? Da, 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 da. Oh, I love this kind of stuff. Oh, you already hooked me. Okay. This one is repetitive, but the skill is pretty hard. Oh wait. I think that was it. Ooh. Hello. Oh. Oh my god. Huh? Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so it's easy. There's like an easy version of playing this one. Wait. Right? But in between those, you want to play D. So. Oh my god. Oh, you gotta rewire your brain for this song. Ooh, I'm getting there. Yeah, you're hacking my brain with this song right now. Okay, let's play the easy version first. Yep. Woo! They got the Daft Punk sound. Wait, hold up. Yeah. I mean, and that's pretty much the song. It's pretty like basic, but you gotta rewire your brain because the way it plays is very weird. Yeah. Yeah, you see, like I can get there, but if I want to play at the same time, it's the same as the Jig song earlier. Once you get into the vibe, you'll get there, but like, you know, it's gonna take at least a day for me to master this kind of song. It's really nice though, the riff is very catchy. What about the Jig song again? Oh, it's such a good riff. I forgot that song exists. That used to be like one of the most popular song on the MTV or some shit back in the day. Whew! I'm not gonna bother you with Sabaton or Powerwolf. Wait! I know Powerwolf! I think. Oh, never mind. It's not Powerwolf. What is Powerwolf? Oh, yeah. This is like, what do you call this kind of metal, Jix? It's like massive, epic, like epic metal kind of vibe. I kind of want to play this solo. Wait, that's wrong. Huh? Oh. Oh, there. I keep making it up. Okay, so it's like. Alright. Okay, so ooh, there's a lot of bending. I'm bad at bending. Okay. Wait, one more time. I keep forgetting. See, bending is very hard because you gotta bend the exact amount to hit the note. If you go too low, if you go too high, so you gotta bend just right. This is a boomer bend. This is like the like the guitars from 80s, 90s do this a lot. All right. That's fun. All right, one more time. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, this one's a lot harder to. There's so many things going on, it's hard to listen to just the guitar. Yeah, I'm not gonna figure out the whole song. I'm gonna play the intro. Bah, bah. Okay, of course I fucked it up. God damn it! Wait, I kind of want to... One more time? Alright. That was good. God damn! Yeah, it's a power metal. Alright, I think that's enough guitar warm up. Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. My hands warmed up enough. Holy shit. Yeah, I will non-stop play. Yeah, this is like a good way to practice. Let's do it more. Let's do this more often. All right, tomorrow on tomorrow's stream, remind me those 3 songs again. Well, 2, the first 2. What was it again? First was Quiet Bitter Beings, and then Auto Portrait, and then what was it? I think it's just those 2 that's really resonate. The solo for Northwest Passage was really nice. Oh! I think I did play like the first one you told me. I'm not too sure. Oh, Northwest Passage, yeah. This is the arm exercise. The right hand. It's the C jerk. Yeah, it's basically my right hand is C jerking the whole time for this song. Well, to be fair, we already we successfully learned this one, right? We played this one. Yeah. Oh, this one's so epic. Whew. Oh my god, I'm actually kind of sweating. Ba-da-da. Yeah, it is very epic. I like it. Good shit, people! Good shit! We learn yet another song! Oh shit! Oh shit! Audio clipping. All right. All right. You guys know what time is it? It is time for gaming. Hoop, hoop. Let me save this real quick though. There's no React Andy. Like anything React Andy worthy, isn't it? Is there any React Andy worth kind of stuff? R to the E to the A to the C to the T. Andy. Yeah, is there any... Ooh, Pliny uploaded a new video 12 hours ago? Oh, hello. Mr. Pliny. Hold up, hold up. Bang, 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 bang. How do I remember about that song immediately? Bang, 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 bang. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh my god, I forgot about IFTT. Let's see. Is Saints here? Skill up? Wait, what? Oh, skill up frames per second. Never mind. I thought he uploaded a new video immediately. No, okay. Do you have anything that you want to show in the React Andy? Yeah. What? Oh god, it's another Joe Biden. Oh no. Okay. Hold up. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Okay, there we go. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, you have 3? Oh god damn. Oh my god, another up is not jump? It's 30 minutes though. Okay, let's keep that for the last one, alright? Let's go with the Joe Biden first. Joe what does he mean previously? Is there a sequel? Is it a prequel to it? What? Okay. Alright, what is this? What? Whoa! What? What the fuck is that? Oh no, it's muted. No! Oh shit. Oh, come on, Chad. You gotta. Oh shit. Fuck.
Previously on Jovakin.
There's an extremely high chance
Okay.
that you have rabies now. You'll
It's
have
good.
to find a healer for treatment.
The Beside citizen. This prisoner's being transported. He was found engaging in furry-related activities.
And I'd do it again, too. You hear me?
At least he has a meal and a bed to look forward to. Hey, officer, wait up.
We've got a furry sympathizer, Captain. You're under arrest.
You're going to be bunking with me tonight.
Come on, man.
That's the idea.
You've got to do something in your Joe. Right now, it's just work call, but before long, they'll be putting me in a wig and a skirt, passing me out in prison. You're calling me Easy Blow Joe or Joan Tilly or something.
Easy Blow Joe.
What if I end up like that guy? You don't want to be Epstein in here, do you?
Oh my god.
No. It's like in all those prison movies. As soon as you stand up to the prison bullies, they always back down. Tomorrow, I show Borkle who's boss.
It's not muted, right?
So you listen here, Borkle. I ain't just some piece of meat that you and your prison cronies can pass on like some doobie at a college party. And if you got a problem with that, then let's the king go, pal. I got no problem seeing which one of us is the alpha male in this prison cell.
Make way to the healer's quarters. This prisoner's been beaten half to death.
I haven't had a beating this bad since they took me behind the gym and beat the hell out of me in high school.
How are you doing today, Mr. Biden?
Well, let's see. Since I arrived in Skyrim, I was almost beheaded. I was attacked by a bear and contracted rabies. I got chased down Warful by angry villagers. And I got robbed twice. And last night I had to scream or dick in prison so I wouldn't get shanked. How are you think I'm doing?
Mr. Biden, you have a long list of ailments, ranging from physical to cognitive to even sexual. This isn't your average cold or flu here. I'm talking rabies, syphilis, malnutrition. How you are even alive at this point, I really have no idea. I have diagnosed you as the most ill man in all of Skyrim. I could keep going, but time isn't exactly on your side, so I'll move on for now.
Who is this joker? Listen, pal, I've had 5 shots and 6 boosters. I'm as healthy as a horse. You understand that?
6
I'm afraid
boosters.
I don't know what a booster is, but I can give you a healing potion to help with your physical injuries and a potion of resist disease to help slow down the spread of the rabies and syphilis. But honestly, Mr. Biden, the Mages Guild is the only place in Skyrim with healers adept enough to cure your ailments. Now before you go, I'd like to conduct a prostate exam if that's alright with you.
No need. Borkle's been taking care of that since I arrived.
Oh my
I'm sorry to
god.
interrupt, Court Wizard, but all prisoners are to report to the Jarl immediately.
Are you going to execute us? Because, honestly, that would probably be a relief at this stage.
There's a dragon attack on the outskirts of Whiterun, prisoner, and you have the honor of defending the city.
Well, that just sounds like an execution with extra sticks.
This is it, man. The day we feared for so long has finally arrived. That's right. We've run out of sweet roll in the Jarl's quarters. This tragedy will not go unanswered, however, as we have diverted all available manpower to search the houses of random Whiterun citizens to commandeer their sweet roll supplies and bring them to your glorious Jarl for eating. Oh, and I almost forgot. There is a dragon attack on the city, and you'll have to fight it. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. To aid in the city's defense, the prisoners of Whiterun jail have kindly volunteered to assist the city guard in fighting the dragon. In the extremely unlikely event that any of them survive, they will be rewarded with their freedom. Any questions?
Hi, sir. I'm new here, bud. I've heard a lot about you, and let me just say, I'm a big fan of the whole authoritarian thing you got me on. I just wanted to know, is it possible to drone strike the dragon rather than send us out there to die?
Drone strike? That sounds like Dwemer technology. You're not a Dwemer, are you, prisoner?
No, sir.
That's too bad, because I like Dwemer.
Yes, sir.
Guards, I want this one sent to the front line immediately.
They will send us prisoners' weapons to fight the dragon.
That's good.
The quality of weapon received is based on our perceived individual compatibility.
That's bad.
I've been given a steel battle axe.
And what about me?
They told me to give you this wooden spoon.
Wooden spoon? Come on, man.
The imputed prisoners received all of the knives and the blind prisoners took all of the forks, so the wooden spoon was all they had left for you. But listen, Joe, you're under my protection now, so no matter what, I promise to get you out of this in one piece.
Well, thanks, Porco, but why are you being so nice to me all the time?
I'm going to be totally honest with you, Joe. I don't know where you learned it, but that shit you were doing when you went down last night was some of the best action I've ever had the privilege of experiencing. I already told the rest of the guys in the prison yard about it, and they are all lining up for one of those sloppy dudes.
Didn't do that one. Pretty good, actually.
So plan as we kill this dragon, win our freedom. I become your pimp, and we make a premium selling your patented sloppy joes on the streets of the Imperial City. You in?
Do I have a choice?
So long as that choice is yes, then you absolutely do.
But how is it my choice when you take away all my other options and only leaving me with one? So that's what that feels like. It's a lot more fun sending people to war than it is being sent to war. My back really isn't going to enjoy this. I'm not even at the battlefield and my stamina's already out.
Whatever you do, don't damage that mouth of yours, old man. That's the money maker now.
You got it, buddy. Maybe life won't be so bad if we survive. Borkle seems like a nice kind of pimp. These dead buddies probably don't bode well for us, Borkle. What the hell?
It's a bandit attack. They're attacking Whiterun while it's weak at dealing with the dragon. Let's go, Joe. Do you want to win our freedom or don't you?
Go bandits. Yeah, down with Jarl Balgruff.
I got one.
Though I got a bow from one of the bandits, it'll be useful if the dragon comes back.
Eat spoon, motherfucker. That one counts as mine.
It's over, Fogna. You and your people have fought bravely, but today is ours. We don't want any more blood spilled, so if you surrender now, we'll agree to make peace between both our peoples forever, and prosperity will be guaranteed to all.
No,
I
Joe!
thought he wasn't looking, guys. That's what heroes do.
Please, spare us. We surrender and don't...
There's still women and children left, guys. Let's get to work.
God damn it, Joe.
Joe, are you alright?
Oracle, we did it. We murdered them all.
Serves those bandits right for trying to break free from Jarl Balgruff's tyrannical rule.
The dragon is back. Sound the alarm.
Oh no.
You guys do your thing. I'll just sharpen my spoon for the killing blow. That's it.
Archers, fire at will.
The dragon's name is Will?
Okay, dude. Good one.
9 legs.
Take this, you oversized Argonian-looking son of a bitch. I knew this bow would come in handy. You'll never take my lifelong dream of being a pimp away from me.
The dragon's starting to win, guys. The only logical thing to do is leave all of our expensive equipment here and get out as fast as possible.
He's too strong. Retreat and regroup in the city, man.
Yo, the dragon somehow snuck behind you.
I've seen enough movies to know that you're either pranking me or I'm about to die. Yeah, I'm about to die.
Is this really him, Jovakin? And if not, will he ever cure his rabies? And will his syphilis diagnosis complicate Warkol's plan for selling by patented sloppy joes? Find out next time on Jovakin.
It's so dumb. I love it. Oh my god. Jovakin, what the fuck, man? Ah, Shibal. Okay, good one. Good video, good video. Okay, this one is extra punctuation.
So no E3 this year, just as there was no E3 last year or the year before that because of that million-strong deadly global pandemic thing that people got weird about for some reason. There might be one next year apparently, but who knows what form it'll take. Could end up being digital only or just end up as a get-together in a Holiday Inn. And this is going to sound weird coming from me, but I miss it. I miss E3. Or at the very least, I think I preferred it to the ramshackle not E3 thing we seem to have now, when the big boys just put out live streams of all the trailers for new games you'll be able to play this year, and by this year we mean after 4 or 5 years of delays. It's easy to talk shit about E3. I know, because I've done it so much over the years. I think most people don't see much difference between E3 times then and the pseudo E3 times of our present hell. For the people at home, it was always nothing more than a new raft of trailers on YouTube and lots of nerds getting overexcited. That was certainly my perception of it before 2019. Whenever it was time to do my E3 ZP, I'd just look for a nice dry itemized list of everything that was announced and go watch all the trailers back to back. I couldn't stomach watching any of the presentations to hear a load of whiffle from nervous developers, out-of-place celebrities, and suits with the beaming confidence of total psychopaths. It felt like it was all just a big shower cam session for the big publishers to come on and soap up their genitals right in our faces. But my attitude changed in 2019, for the simple reason that that was the first time I attended E3 in person. And I was expecting the worst. I was scheduled to interview John Romero at one point, and who knew what the fuck that guy would do to me once he had me alone in a room. And knowing I would finally be at ground zero of the usual hype blastathon, I assumed it was generally going to be an exhausting pain in the arse. I was warned ahead of time by my colleagues that it was probably going to be an exhausting pain in the arse. And when the first day came and I met up with the rest of the crew on the ground, we all commiserated each other on what an exhausting pain in the arse we were in for. And you know what, viewers? It was an exhausting pain in the arse. You were probably expecting the word butt there, weren't you? No, no buts. Except in the sense that butt is another word for arse, which it was a pain in. We all had to get up early and then spend the whole day running from one scheduled demo or interview to the next. Then we get back to the 2-bedroom Airbnb that about 6 of us were sharing and edit footage long into the night. Well, the other guys did. I was the talent, so I got a room to myself and I just go to bed after dinner. But I was the one who had to be on camera the next day, ad-libbing reports on all the shit we looked at while looking vaguely alert, so it balances out, really. Here's the thing, though. It was an exhausting pain in the arse for us, but it was an exhausting pain in the arse for everyone else, too. I'd always thought of E3 as something that existed solely for the publisher's benefit, where Sony and Microsoft and EA and Ubisoft and all the rest come out, lather up their gonads, gleefully mislead the public about their impending cum spurts, and giggle at all us media types being forced to take an interest in their bullshit. But as we drifted through the numerous hands-off demonstrations where some poor bugger acted out the same exhaustively tweaked sequence of actions that he'd done 200 times already that day, and tormented them with asshole questions about why everything needs to be so magenta these days, I realised this was as much a tiresome obligation for them as it was for us. In fact, the publishers probably think of E3 as something that existed for the media's benefit. We'd sit there on our spotty behinds and command them to come out and cavort for our pleasure, bitching about them if their efforts don't sufficiently amuse. There's a reason why Nintendo stopped showing up to do an on-stage presentation, and Sony seemed to be following suit in 2019. They would much prefer to stay home and just do the pre-recorded announcement stream thing, because then they have all the power. They can broadcast carefully edited footage from their home turf at their own leisure, and don't have to risk heckles from smarmy twats. E3 was an equalizer. All the publishers had to come out to neutral ground at this specific place and this specific time, and they bloody well better have something to show for themselves or everyone will think they're dicks. That meant relinquishing a certain amount of control. Their tech might fuck up at their live presentation. All the journalists will be there playing the demos they're trying to hype up and might realise they're a load of old tosh. Plus they had to do it alongside all the other big lads. It was a competition. The media were going to unofficially declare one of them the winner, so infighting could be stoked. You'd get those wonderful moments like when Microsoft showcased the Xbox One and how it would only work work if you kept it online 24/7, let it send pictures of your family to the FBI, and how you could swap games with your friends with all the ease with which one emigrates to the US from a Middle Eastern country. And then Sony came out and dunked all over their big fat consumer hate machine. It wasn't just big knobs announcing stuff, it was a conversation, a big melting pot of obligation and resentment. So if it was a pain in the ass for journalists and exhibitors alike, why do I miss E3? Well, put it like this. Do you still go to Thanksgiving dinner with your family, even though you'll have to drive all that way, and having to bring a dish means extra work, and you'll have to listen to racist Aunt Dottie explain why the coloured person behind the meat counter at Whole Foods embodies everything that's wrong with our society, and absolutely everyone would much rather stay home and order in pizza but assume they have to go to appease everyone else who are all thinking the exact same thing? That's what E3 was. It was a tradition, and traditions are what bring us together as a community. A time for all of us asshole journalists and asshole publishers alike to get together and bond over the shared experience of enduring a huge pain in the arse. I mean, when I did meet John Romero, we ended up being quite pally in spite of all the horrible things I've said about him. At our last appointment on our last day at E3 2019, we didn't even talk about the game much. We just sat down with the exhibitors and chatted about how relieved we all were that it was finally over. And that's why I look back on my one E3 attendance with nostalgia, exhausting pain in the arse though it was at the time. And that's my admittedly very selfish reason for wanting it to come back, because I want to hang out with some pals again and be in a social situation where I can talk in depth about the one subject I know a lot about and not get shunned as a weirdo. Still, there's one mystery around E3 that I couldn't find an answer to in 2019, and that's why the fuck anyone would want to go there if it wasn't their job to go there. Because the experience for non-media attendees, as far as I could tell, largely consisted of accumulating a lot of branded plastic bags and waiting in line for 4 hours to play 10 minutes of the new Resident Evil. You might very justifiably call someone who wants to do that a weirdo. Personally, I call them late for the bus.
Good one. I mean, yeah, I honestly kind of agree with him. Like, I don't understand people who actually want to go to E3, because you know, you can just watch it on Twitch or YouTube when they showcase the game. Sure, I guess you get to play some of the games that hasn't been released yet on the spot, but that's about it. I mean, I don't see the appeal of flying overseas just to go to E3 and yeah, play 10 minutes of games and go home because tired. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
Fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Okay, we already seen this before, but
I'm about to wrap this book, y'all. Let's go.
Hey.
Let go.
Oh.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, black fish, new fish, old fish, new fish. This one has a little scar.
Oh.
This one has a little card. Say what a lot of fish there are. Yes. Some are red, some are blue, some are old and some are new. Some are sad and some are glad and some are very, very bad. Why are they sad and glad and bad? I don't know. Go ask your dad. Some are thin and some are fat. The fat one has a yellow hat. From there to here, from here to there. Funny things are everywhere. There are some who like to run. They run for fun in the hot, hot sun. Oh me, oh my.
Okay.
What a lot of funny things go by. Some have 2 feet, some have 4, some have 6 feet, and some have more. Where do they come from? I can't say, but I bet they have come a long, long way. We see them come, we see them go. Some are fast and some are slow, some are high and fish, two fish, red fish, blue
the finisher, come on. That was actually kind of fire. God damn. All right. I think that's all. I think that's all. Since yeah, the Fallout 3 thingy, let's save it for the next one, yeah? Tomorrow. Cuz it's a fucking 37 minute video.
This video was originally
Yeah. I'll put it on the watch list. How about that? All right. Oh. That one. Right now it's time for some gaming. Ah, Katie's so cute. But I uploaded the drawing on Twitter if you guys want to check it out. Exclamation socials, follow me on Twitter, please. Thank you very much. Mwah. Alright, it is time for some. If you guys already see the title, you guys know I'm about to dwell into some zero death situation. That's right. One of the most try-hard game on Steam that surprisingly I haven't played at all. We're about to give it a go for the very first time right now. Cuphead. This is his first time, by the way. This is his first time. First of the first. Will I rage? Probably. We will see. Lord save me. Will Rad be better than a game journalist? Oh my god. Oh my god, the volume. Okay, V-Sing off. The rest, let's keep it default. Control, sure. Alright. So, just a little heads up. Solo, yeah. Since it's a rage game-ish, literally everyone that I asked about Cuphead told me, play solo first, because that's where you will see me rage. It's like Dark Souls. First try, play it solo first, and then you can have some fun co-op with your friends later. So we gotta start with the solo. Oh my god! Please don't fail the tutorial. Please don't fail the tutorial, Red. All right. Oh, you can choose. I can. Kind of like the blue guy. The red one's cool as well. Alright, let's do the red one. Don't deal with the devil. Moldenhauer Brothers. Once upon a time, in a magical place called Inkwell Isle, there were two brothers named Cuphead and Mugman. They lived without a care under the watchful eye of the wise Elder Kettle. One day, the two boys wandered far from home, and despite the Elder Kettle's many warnings, ended up the wrong side of the tracks and entered the Devil's Casino? The fuck? Oh shit, book. Inside, Cuphead and Mugman soon found themselves on a winning streak at the craps table. Hot dog! Exclaimed King Dice, the casino sleazy's manager. These fellas can lose. Nice run, boys! Laughed a newcomer. The brother gasped. It was the casino's owner, the devil himself. Now how about we raise the stakes? He suggested with a toothy grin. Win one more roll and all the loot in my casino is yours. The devil boomed. But if you lose, I'll have your souls. Deal? This dumbass. Cuphead, blinded by easy riches, nodded and grabbed the dice for a throw. Good gosh, Cuphead, no! Cried Mugman, for he understood the danger, but it was too late. Snake Eyes! Laughed the devil while slamming the floor. You lose! The brothers trembled in fear as he loomed over them. Now about those souls. The brothers plead for their very lives. There must be another way to repay you, Mugman stammered. Yes, please, Mr. Cuphead, added these dumbass. Perhaps there is, the devil snickered, pulling out a parchment. I have here a list of my runaway debtors. Collect their souls for me and I just might pardon you 2 months. Now get going, the devil roared, kicking the boys out most rudely. You have till midnight tomorrow to collect every one of those souls, otherwise I'll be the one collecting yours. Cuphead and Mugman were terribly frightened and ran away as fast as they could. Come on, Mug. We have to find the Elder Kettle, he'll know what to do. Oh no. Remember guys, don't gamble. What a pickle you boys have gotten yourself into. I know you don't want to be the pawns of the devil, but if you refuse, I can bear to imagine your fate. You must play along for now, collect those contracts. And you'd best be ready for some nasty business. Your debtor friends won't be very friendly once you confront them. In fact, I expect they'll transform into terrible beasts. Take this potion so they won't hang you out to dry. Oh shit! Ooh, the animation. It will give you the most remarkable magical abilities. Now go to my writing desk and use the mystical wing well there. You need to prepare yourself for a scrap. But the audio is low. There we go. Oh, what? Okay. The tutorial! Okay, can I? Okay. Duck. Okay. Okay. I get this. Jump, tap for short, hold for high jump. Okay. Dash. Quick, you faint on ground or air. Alright. Descend, drop down from a certain platform. Shoot. Nice. Okay. Alright. RB to lock on. Huh? Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay, Lucas, have fun. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good alert. Parry slap. Press jump while airborne to nullify. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Resurrect. Revive your dead pal. Oh shit, I didn't parry him. Whoa. Alright. X move. An upgraded attack that required 1 super meter card. Oh. Okay. Coin. Collect coins to purchase item from the shop. Alright, I think I'm ready. I love the sounds. The music's really nice. They really kept the authenticity of the game, of the art style and the style. You have to lay out all those deaders to move on. Now shake a leg. Yeah, sure. Alright. This looks too hard. Well, it's a tutorial. Ooh. It's like Mario. Oh. Hey fellas, looks like you're in for it now, hey? Well, I used to be the same way, always getting into trouble. Running, jumping, shooting. But now I prefer just trolling around and going to the pictures. But hey, let me give you a hand. Take this. You received 3 gold coins. Shit. Thank you. For the shop. Porkrins Emporium. Porkrins? Oh shit, the audio is so cool. Chaser. Long range with below average damage, no aiming required. Heart. Extra hit points. Add an additional hit points, but lightly weakens your attack. I don't know, like that. Spread. 8x 8-way. What is the X? Short range with oh! The ult, I guess. Short range with great damage if you can keep close to your target. It's like a shotgun. No aiming required? Chaser? Interesting. Invisible dash. You will not take damage during a dash. A great defense maneuver. Roundabout. Jumbo rebound. Great coverage with average damage. Aim backward for maximum range? Huh? Okay. Should I buy any of these right now? Definitely not gonna get Chaser. Not gonna get Heart. Shotgun spread sounds cool. Smoke bomb, not too sure about it. Is this an upgrade? A permanent upgrade? I'm kind of stuck between these two. I'm not too sure about the roundabout. I watched a friend speedrun this, took him 2 hours I think. Oh shit. Difficult selection, simple, regular. Oh, you can choose the easier one. Difficulty.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Whoa!
You're up.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, we're not done. Oh god. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck! Oh! Okay. Alright.
A brawl is surely brewing.
I got this.
Now go!
Alright, easy. Woo! Hey, are you kidding me? Oh, it follows you. Okay.
0.1 death.
That's pretty, yeah, this is basically a tutorial boss. One death! Oh, HP bonus? What is HP bonus? Oh, okay, I get it. 3 parries required for a boss. Alright, I got it. You got the Root Pack Soul contract. Nice. Oh, this guy looks mean. Harumph! I'll be a monkey's uncle if I'm putting my moolah in the bank. For all I know, the devil probably controls the place too. He'll never get a hold of my gold if I spread it all around. And if some Joe happens to find a coin or two, good for him. That's what I say. What? You okay, dude? Oh shit. Okay. We just go for another one?
This match will get red
Ooh!
hot. You're up!
You're up. Oh. Oh. Oh shit! Okay. Aish! The timing. Oh no. Okay.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Alright. I got it. It's an 8 directional. Fuck. Okay. Ai, de fita! Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Ah! What? Okay, what?
This match will get red
Okay, I guess I have to jump that?
Here goes.
I wanna clap. I wanna parry everything. Fitta helvete. I'm gonna buy the shotgun after this. Alright. Let me buy the shotgun. I wanna kill them faster. Le shotgun. Will not take damage during a dash. Great defense maneuver. That's also good though. Ah, fuck it. I see. Okay, I see how this goes. I see how this works. So eventually you're gonna get more shit. You got those equipped to you got to equip those new purchases if you want to use them. Look at your equip cards, ya bum. Ooh. Shot B? Oh, I see. Super. Charm. List. Interesting. Okay. Wait. How do I use shot B? Hold up. Control. XB. Okay. Not quite.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Switch weapon. LB.
Now go.
Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Retry. I messed up.
Good day for a swell battle. Here goes.
Fuck. No! Fuck you. Okay. I fucked up. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, now what? Alright, fuck it. What even?
A great slam and then some. And begin.
I feel like the pistol doesn't deal extra damage. Is it just me? Fitta helvete. Alright, fuck you.
Good day for a swell battle. Now go.
Hey. What? Okay. The timing of the parry, I gotta get used to that.
Slam and then some.
It's instant.
Here goes.
What? Okay. Parry is really hard. Oh my god. No! Okay. No, I missed the leg! Alright, now what? I don't... Oh, what the fuck? Oh! Oh my god. Oh, that doesn't... I feel like
This match will get
I'm not
red
dealing
hot.
any damage.
And begin.
I don't get it. I don't know. Yeah, I think the shotgun's not worth it. What's up, Gara? How you doing? Bull? Oh shit, new thing. Ah. Oh shit. We did it. Nice. Yeah, shotgun's not that good. It's aight. The shotgun is aight. It's not worth it in terms of like damage range. Wait, before we progress, I want to see what's here. Forest Follies Run and Gun. Ooh, what's this? 0 VODs.
It's on.
What do you mean? Oh, it's a... Okay. Ah. Ooh, good. Okay, nice aim. What? Oh! Alright. The parry timing is so perfect. I'm still not used to it. Oh, okay, never mind. It doesn't have to be instant. Ay, fitta helvete. Okay, I see what's going on now. Ah! Oh my god, so scary. No! Okay, okay.
Now go!
Oh, fuck. Okay, how did I get hit by that? Alright, restart.
It's on!
It's on! Whoop. Ah! Oh. Okay. The parry is so fucking. I panicked.
And begin!
I kind of want to hit 3 parries to get the high score. Hello? I have the shotgun, why didn't I use it? It's a lot easier now. Oh my god, that was so close. Okay. Huh? Oh, you want to use the parry. I see. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Bravo! Nice. Bam! Bam! A? A. Oh, it could be S there if I didn't get any hit. Alright, we're not gonna speed run this, or we're not gonna perfect run this game. I'm just gonna play however. Wait. What the fuck? This is a enemy?
This match will get red hot. You're up!
Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so unpredictable. Alright.
Well done. It's on!
I need to start doing dash. I keep forgetting that. Oh shit. Okay, really? Ooh. Every time you die, I'll push up. You don't want to do that, man. Reset. I misclicked.
A great slam and begin!
Okay, restart.
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go!
It's fitta helvete! Oh, now I see the benefits of the invisible dash. I see. Maybe I'll get it after this. Oh god. Yeah. I can dodge attacks like that. If I get the invisible dash.
You're up.
Just dodge, lol. Okay. Sub out namida. Okay, I might change some of the keybind. No! Oh my fucking god. Okay, really? Okay, I'm gonna need the iframes. And I might change the keybind for the dodge to... I guess R1 is empty. Where's dodge? Dash. Y. Oh, RB is lock. I do need that. Switch weapon. You just push. Triggers are empty, right? Yeah, we'll do replace with. Wait, what? I cannot assign LT. I cannot assign trigger?